And we're good. He's just looking around. Tommy, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not even reading what you're saying anymore. Like, you can take all that time to type that out. I'm not reading it. Other people can read it. I don't. I'm just seeing your name and I'm not even reading it. That's like a book. It's way too long. I know you. I know what you meant, Shawshank. All right, chat. Right before we ended, we got these Piketty pages. So we solved the Bass LB Bub, kinda. On the board, we basically have nothing like ready. We solved here. We solved here. We don't know anything about here. We don't know anything about here. We know this is right. We just don't have a. We might have a picture of her here. We would have to figure it out though. We don't know who this is, but we're assuming that they're married to a Zimmer. Chat, if you had to guess, which one would be the mom to these kids? We don't know what the dad looks like. But if you had to guess, which one would the mom be? Because it's probably one of them. This one? Do you think? Let's look at that picture. She does look a little, like, unhappy. This photo is from a magazine interview. Picture does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. In the background of the photo, there's a Christmas tree. Okay. Yo, Tasman, what are you doing, bro? Cat. What do you mean? Because she's married? Oh, because she's not married, or she's married, so she's unhappy. Can we get a picture of that guy? We don't know who this is either. I got it. It's YouTube. Daniels just went down. Damn. So we don't really know where to go from here. So we'll just go to the evidence. True. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Rootrees. He was president for a short period. I met him on New Year's Eve. Chat, you would still have a Christmas tree up on New Year's Eve, right? At a party? Let's look up Change Man, because I didn't look that up. Sjleek21. Is that not her name? Oh, Sjleek. Wow. The hell? I was way off. Still nothing? Changed Man. So that's not a book whatsoever? It says that they were coming off a project like that. It might be in Piketty. No. Okay. I was just coming off Changed Man. Hi, Katie. And looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. So we don't know what Patricia looks like. But that can't be Patricia because then it would have a picture next to it here. Like it would tell us that one of these people would be Patricia if it was Patricia. I think I have another way to figure out which one's which, but the book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of this stuff. At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of Elias. He'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers. What is the Root Tree legacy? We've looked up Family Man. I don't think we added that to it, though. A reprinting of an old book is blatant corporate propaganda. Oh, this is the one that went with the same publishing company thing. I'm not wearing the same shirt. I'm not wearing the same shirt 3 times in a row, Katie. What did you get figured out last night? I mean, all of this. Everything yellow. Everything yellow is from last night. No, I am not. Remember Fancy Flavors. I know what Fancy Flavors is, but let's see if there's anything new. This isn't new. That's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open Root Tree Brazil. You can. It wouldn't do anything. Like, it wouldn't do what you're thinking of, but you can do it still. Yeah, actually do it. That's fine. Unlike some of the other Root Tree Everywhere results. Root Tree Everywhere. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information. Brazil was the only region in which caviar were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor. A small town named Alvalagos on Katie, because it's YouTube. Yeah, I know. There's a lot in here that we can look up. Oh, because I'm playing puzzle games. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it here. The Root Trees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground. The first was Incendio. Okay, so there's a lot. We're going to go down the whole entire thing. Root Tree Everywhere. This started with 4 that had no share. Australia, Brazil, China, France. That's all the places that he traveled. So, if we do this, it'll bring us to that. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice. One of these guys had a daughter named Robin that Guy got with. That works, Maddie. That could be a thing. Most of his history is unrelated to the Root Trees. However, in 1979, he had... Robin Martin. That's who it is. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous as a punchline involving Robin's eggs. What? So if she's like that big, then she would be in Business Watch. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined. Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own husband. Okay. So, this is Robin, I think. Wait. Did they say children? That could be her here then. I thought it would be here because they said she never got married. Let's just make sure she's not in anything else. She might be in Starlet. Starlet's not relevant at all in this version of the game. Okay. Her dad died in 1992. Let's look up edgy jokes. Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band YouTube for whatever reason. Yeah, I know the band. Is Satisfied Partner a fucking thing? No. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world? Nothing. So Robin Martin is important because we knew that she did something in Australia, or Guy did something in Australia. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia, where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. Really, Noah? We'll go back to Charles. American Root Tree Company. Does that go to the same thing as Root Tree? It doesn't even go to that. Okay. Back to Charles. I knew I would. Martin's Licorice Bullets, maybe? This is the same website. We don't have anything else right now on this. Okay, so we go back to Root Tree Everywhere. Root Tree Brazil, we already looked at. China Root Tree. Lang Hongbo. Wait, Lang Hongbo and his brother Lang Hongyu. What's up, Albana? Oh, Lang is that last name. They do that in China. What is that pin? Is that he's an idiot? We go back. We'll do Lang Hongyu. It's the same website. We go back. Lang Xinyu. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered. She has a younger sister. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF. What's IVF, chat? Xinyu was 45 in 1992. I don't know who that could possibly be. Like, how does she fit into this at all? Oh. What's up, PK? But she didn't have a kid. Article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Okay. Article empowered. Searching for Lang Xinyu separately brings up much fewer results. She was born in 1947, the first of two children. Her mother was already in her 30s. One helped him in China, the other in the USA. Okay. Um, when you start to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry, in vitro fertilization. He paid, it would be laying that. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Q to have their child implanted in his older daughter who is unmarried. Well, that would be the name, but I don't know where. Hi, PK. No, but Draven was telling me that something bad happened. Yeah, I'll watch it some other time. I gotta be like in a mood to like want to see that. I feel like. So. Oh. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Okay, so this is... So it was actually Lang's, this. I'll watch it later. I don't want to watch it right now. So she was a CEO, I guess. We don't know who she birthed it, though. But that should be right. We don't know. Guessing. That's got to be Sisley. I'm not saying F off. Shut down after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon. Making sure I didn't miss anything else in here. If she was 45 in 1992, she would be 32 in 1979. Which I feel like would line up, like timeline-wise. Go back to Root tree everywhere? Or let's do China root tree still. Playing Hongbo we're good with. Playing Hongyu. Yeah, I think we did everything that we could do here. Let's go to root tree everywhere again. We'll do root tree France. This probably is going to unlock a lot with Gwyn. Root tree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. Tristan Robert. He's still alive and you come across an interview unrelated to root tree. Guy, the president of Roottreemania, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal. Okay. I don't think. Well, that would be Mark Zimmer. She refused to have one. Any of these names on here? What was his name? Something, what? Tristan Robert. Is there a Robert? Oh, that's Robert Logan. Thank you. Robertson. Ba, 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 da, ba, da. No. Let's do Tristan Robert in business and see if there's anything more. Really? I thought that there would be more. Unless I spelled it wrong. It was okay. How about yours? There's no way that's all I get from France. Yeah, the Dolphins didn't lose, so we're good. Summer of 1979. This game is so No, it's not, Katie. And so are the Dolphins. Shut up. If I do Root Tree France in... Oh, Tristan Robert. Okay, so we're done with that for now, I guess. When he went on a trip overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. So if we go back to Roottreemania, Brazil. Oh, we didn't look up this. Yo, this game's so annoying. São Bernardo de Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston, who writes this fucking game, looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing, so the small town name he made up, where the factory was locally invented by mixing two other regions. Stupid ass game. Edson Soares. There's a fire in your house. Thanks, Katie. His wife, Sonia. Sonia Soares. Okay, so this is one of the kids. Who Natasha kisses from Brazil. So I think that could be here, but that would mean that Mark Zimmer is not a person. It could also be here, though. No, because she was definitely married. What was her name? Sonia Suarez. I don't know what she did besides being a wife, though. So if I put Sonia here, which I think would be the him, and then this would be the guy, and it wouldn't be Mark Zimmer. So this guess was wrong. It would be Edson Suarez. Edson Suarez. This would be Sonia Suarez. And we're just going to put her as a housewife for now. And then we're going to put him, which is something with an F. Flavio Suarez. And he's like a TV broadcaster dude. Not actor. Not director. News anchor. That should be right. Flavio is a sick name. Newscaster, yeah. Ashley York. British supermodel. So she could be in Business Watch. Maybe Starlet. No. Oh. And then the Team Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was one on the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire. Okay, that's what we needed. Okay. So if I change her to media mogul, that's got to be what that is, right? She runs a media empire. Could it be CEO? This is kind of a guess that this is who this is. We're looking for two Brazilians that were together. This is the only picture. Yeah, they said here. Seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so they shortened it to Nia. So could it be Nia instead of Sonia? So if I go to Media Mogul now, they always have like the official name though. So I don't think that that would be right. Katie's just saying Skibbity Toilet, Ohio in my YouTube chat. Wait, where do you see Alves? Oh, her first name, her... Yeah, that's her. You're right. Damn, I thought that was gonna be it. Launch your own media company. Now her company owns... It could be there. Did Xin Yu have a husband? I don't think that they mentioned anything about her having a husband. No. I don't think so. Okay, we're going to do something dumb. We're going to put every single thing on this side and see if it changes anything, because we really don't know which one's which. I think she can read chat, though. It doesn't make any sense though, because there's literally a husband name. Like, yeah, this isn't right. Because, like, this is fucking... Like, it literally has a husband to put there. So it's gotta be her here. So this was... Xinyu what? Oh, Lang. And it was there. And what was she? She was a CEO, I think. And then we have nothing here. That's him. Was the last name of the child changed? Like him? No, because then there would be someone right here. She runs a media company. Let's look up Nia Alves. It just brings us to the same thing. We can look up Nia Alves here. Due to the lack of freedom of speech laws, Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. That's the company that Nia runs. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show. They do not live together and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. Okay, so this is right. Because this person doesn't have a husband. This person has a husband but split up. So, go with Nia. So these two should be 100% right. We don't know if that one's right. But if they wouldn't be together then. Wait, this might not be the picture of her. Because if they're like forced upon each other. No, Katie did not say hi back to you guys. She doesn't like you guys. Who's the dude in the back? It doesn't let you take a picture of that, so he's not relevant. So... where was the one where... that might have been the French couple. Tristan Robert. Because, like, the way that he's looking at her... The president of Roottreemania was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting... What's up, Brig? This was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I punched him in the face. So, I mean, we have this whole other side, but It wouldn't make any sense to go there. It wouldn't make any sense to go there. I think it's going to have us fill out the whole guy side before... There's got to be a way to learn about Xinyu's kid. It's Xinyu, right? Not, because there's two different ones. Well, I'm assuming, chat. Xinyu. I mean, is this much of a... Is that a big jump that it would be Xin Yao? I don't think... I don't want to, like, be a grasshopper here. Oh. Oh. Maybe, Xinyu is the chick that had an affair with in China. So, Xinyu was said to be the IVF person, which means that they got the thing in their eggs for the sister. But then here, it said that there was something that got brought up. Xinyu technically had the kid. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service and alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. So... only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who is unrelated to your investigation. Oh, it's pronounced Key Jeans, the company. Ha ha. Lexi. Flavio Suarez. His age is 18. His mother's name is Sonia. I mean, Chad, that's got to be... I mean, we already know that they're a whole family. And they're the only ones that make sense to go there. Did we learn how Sonia was offspring? Did we look up Sonia Alves and other things? It could be under Nia, too. No, the model to Flavio was in... Due to the lack of freedom speech laws. Oh, this is how we found out she was a child bride. Her marriage in 1973 was not her own choice. She resents her parents. Which makes me think that she's not over here. Makes me think that she's like over here somewhere. Because if they're like mentioning parents, it means that you should know the parents. Maybe we look up more about the country or the company. There's too many results based on one-off mentions and name drops for anything to be useful. I don't have the same shirt on, Katie. Same shirt as what? The last time you were in my Twitch chat? It literally doesn't even tell me the last time that you were in my Twitch chat. Like, it literally won't even pop up. Yesterday, I swear. It's literally not. I'm pretty sure the other one is right on the floor right next to me. Okay. So about Brazil, guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. It was a darker blue idiots. Yes. Katie's looking mad good today. Is that what we're going to do? Really? That's what we're going to do. I didn't actually say that, Katie. Don't say yikes. That was AI. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. So this would be in the news article. Don't call me cuh. Don't call me unk either. Okay, we go back. Factory was originally built in according to paperwork at the time with a New Brazil Candy Corporation. Really? Green aura with flies. Chat, can we just have a good time? Like, I'm playing... You guys all picked for me to play this game. Like, every single one of you guys was like, you know what, Sleek? This is the game I want to watch you play. So, like, I'm here for you guys. You know? Never said that. Well, I'm trying to beat this game so that we can do an escape simulator room real quick. This is the game I watch you play to help me fall asleep. Riggy Mad Juicy. Grandpa ass game. Chat, type 1 if this is a grandpa ass game. I forgot Katie has her own spamming rules. Like, the bot specifically has rules just for Katie if she spams. I forgot about that. That's one of my huzz, chat. I had to answer one of my huzz. I'm just special. That's your sister? No, it's not. Who was the mayor? Was it Edson? Give Katie mod back. Not happening. Tell her read. Wait. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked. Wait. I never looked up Maple Fire. Okay, that's not. Last year, a news special. Maybe it's under Maple Fire then, because I just did it with this one. It's hard. Like, I feel like it is very hard to, like, keep up with how I'm doing it. Not because I'm doing it fast, but because I'm doing it my own way. And at some point, it's like, why even read it out loud for you guys? So, like, because you guys don't even care. We bringing the old trends back. What are the old trends, Katie? I don't have bad posture. Katie got that OG vibe. PK, you've been following me for 4 years longer than Katie. Why are you calling her an OG? You've been literally following me for half of fucking Katie's life longer than her. I'm OG. Draven, you've been following me for like 4 months. Gary and Linda Han. Wait, what? So wait. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. Lucy. Good morning, Rig. Wait, Mid-Eastern University. Okay, there's so fucking much to this. Okay. I think that was the Herald ad, right? It lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. Yeah, I'm not even reading you guys. Is Kurt Hauser a name at all? Jaya Patel? No. But maybe they're in the Herald. No. Kurt Hauser. No. So it's just Lucy Lang that matters. So that would be Lang Min. So let's just keep it how it is for right now. It would be Min Lang. And it would be this. And what did she grow up to be? Corporate Synergy Solutions Unlimited. Lucy Lang is a lead synergy engineer who is listed in Business Watch. Okay. I think this should trigger it. Wait, engineer isn't an option. What would be another word for engineer? Mechanic? Manufacturing. Construction. Architect. It's not the same shirt. I think the closest would be manufacturing, right? Top facilitators in the U.S. Do not make that your username. Lucy Bobby 154. Oh God. The oldest of 4 children. Yeah, that's not... So it's got to be here. Wait. Chad, one of these is wrong, then. Maybe she's not CEO. Or maybe she wasn't secretary. Wait, what if her name is under Lucy? It wouldn't be. It would be under her real name, which was Min. Oh God. Gin and tonic. Like the wind. Yo, why are we bringing up you two again? There's no way that she's under singer. Musician. Lucy Lang, Harold Dad. She loves linguistics. One of her hobbies, collecting accents. Didn't think so. Factory scale mechanics. It's gotta be manufacturing. Unless it's student. So she wasn't established yet. No, you are not. So the mom is wrong. So Sonia's wrong right now. Oh God, it's both you guys.
It's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
What did you redeem?
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
So I need 5 instead of
Good
4
luck.
now?
And keep up the good work.
Wait, they didn't give me any, like... They usually give me stuff. Okay, so what is... Oh, we had her as Nia. She was probably Sonia. When did we change her to Nia? So, like, that's probably it, right? Okay, how am I going to... Get scammed, Katie? Look, I have nothing. Where you have 10 people to fill out, I only have 3 things. Caviar. The one hint here is probably Sonia. We don't even know what Jacob looks like. Hold on, chat. I need more soda. Holy shit. Do you actually know if he's fat and bald? Or you're just saying that? Holy ads. Good. Chat, is it good to like mix energy drinks with Coke? Like, why are you just randomly screenshotting me? Why are you just randomly screenshotting me? Jump scare. Lucy, I was literally outside your window doing this the other day. Okay, what have we not placed here? Because that's got to be the one thing. Sam Madsen's book about Elias was released. We gotta get the left side of this tree done. Maybe we do first at Anderson Maple Farm in Butler County. This page hasn't been updated. No, because Katie, you spam too much. It's kind of good. Like, it's kind of needed. I think it's already been proven that you need it because you've gotten caught with it 3 times and you've been here for 5 minutes. He misses your spam. I promise I do not miss Katie's spam. I promise. Yeah, Lugger, you're not helping me. Bess Williams' book is just called Family Men. Family Man, right? Family Man, the Root Tree Legacy. I live in your walls and I'm cold. When are we getting a real fireplace? There's one right there. Yeah, that one's real. Let's look up Lauren and the things. That's old. She had Alzheimer's. Your TV is overheating. No, it's not. Hi, Katie. A life between wars. So let's do Lauren. A life between wars. I think this is only about Sonia. I'm kind of pissed that, like, we placed Sonia and not someone, or we didn't place... Why were you sticking your tongue out? I wasn't. The Root Tree Rift. Um... Yes, believe. The Bover Thrower. Wait, is he really old? Is he really that old? So Elias is nothing new. Yeah, but 25 and 2 years into the league is pretty, like, he should be like 23, shouldn't he? Imagine being 30. Yeah, I'm 23 and in my prime. Watchman of the Year. I forgot about that. Maybe that's new. It's not. Drake May is like 18. Did you figure out what the bass meant? No. Can we do Watchman of the Year here? Nothing new. Okay. But Lugger, it only has one more thing. So I don't think it's that big of a deal now. Changeman here. Chat, we only have 2 more rounds to do, bro. John, thank you for the follow on TikTok. What was her name? Sisley? Not John Pork, chat. Draven, what was her name? Sisley? The fuck was her name, bro? Sisley Sanchez. How is this not a thing? Born Gospel Sisley Sanchez. Okay, this has to be... Wait, that was like nothing. I just realized. Because it was all about Miracle. Unless... Yo, let's find out, like... Maybe we can find out more about Mark. So we either find out more... You have to do 5. We have to do 5. Basically, it's going to stop us at 25, and then it's going to stop us at 30, and we're done. Well, this side is done. We are like 95% sure that this is good. So I need 4 on this side. I was kind of thinking, Draven, like, I wonder if they're, like, could you do it in any order? Like, did we just focus here so much? Or does it kind of unlock more? I'm not doing Zone Wars. Are you back home and, like, that bored, actually? Rums, bro. I don't know if you were there. I was talking to Blev. I was trying to get him to run Zone Wars, like, during the night shifts, and he was saying no. Yeah. Wait, who would this picture be? Oh, it might have been her. Okay, so our options are to figure out Bess Williams or to figure out Mark the Crocodile. Like, there's something we're missing with Bess and Elias. Whose book? Yeah, so Bess's book was called Family Man, and all it does when it comes up is it just says the book sucks. That's all it really says. Family Man. And when you do Bess Williams, Family Man, blatant corporate propaganda, you have it. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. The Root Tree Legacy. It was recently republished by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's Diary for schools. So I did this last night. We went to Lauren's Diary, which was school-bound publishing. Nothing. Yeah, this also is something that, like, if you're not here for the start of what I'm doing and you just come in randomly, then it kind of sucks too. That's why I asked you to start over. Yeah, Lucy doesn't even pay attention anyway. She's watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians while I'm streaming. You're playing Red Dead Redemption. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Did we look up Elias Roottree in here? Yeah, it was nothing new, right? What's up, videos? Did you try L-Bug? Don't start with me. Yes. They had this whole thing last night, Draven, when you went to bed about, like, trying to figure out what this word means. Like, they were trying to figure out how, like, this word could be, like, switched around into a real word. Like, that's all they were doing. Him and Rain were in here. It was really Rain. And PK would just, like, say stuff. But... yeah, I know it says Buble. We put in Bubble Bass, which I think is the guy who ate the pickles in SpongeBob. It didn't do anything. How are you? I'm good. How are you, Videos? How was your Sunday? There's still one hint on this page somewhere. You kind of look like Bubble Bass. Imagine now. Caviar was a disaster. This could just be about Sonya. Like, this one hint. There's just one, like, piece of something that we're missing. And then it will just, like, open up. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Is there an Elizabeth Williams? Like, is Williams still an option here, or is it gone? It's still an option. Elizabeth Williams. But that would mean that there would still be hints here, and there's no more. Wig? Hold on. I have to do this. Which camera was I on? This one, right? Yeah. Keep it that way. You think you're funny, huh? What is Bocadoro Library? It's literally just, like, it brought us to, gave us the picture of Bess. How do you spell library, chat? Cuba by Cubans didn't do anything. That picture has been added to your evidence. Used by the Miami Sunday. Miami Mercury Sunday. This is new. This resulted in one large failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names the way they did. No, because I mean, it gave us new stuff. Any new web pages now is a win, basically. Like, there's got to be something here, though. Jefferson, Texas? Like... There's a real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimplecute. Wait. Are they just sending me on bullshit? There's none in the periodical search either. Cuba by Cubans. It's credited to Marcia Barban. At first glance, it doesn't seem related. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related. I mean, we got nothing else to look at, so... Right? Yeah, we need a third glance now. I'm assuming Seattle won, right, chat? It's almost as much as 28-6. Okay. Yeah, you, you told me. Miami Print Museum. That just comes to the same one. Maybe we search periodicals. Probably did this already, but... Oh. Was it worse than Tyreek's? Chat, this has got to be... Jefferson, Texas is a real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimplecute. Like, I actually am looking this up on actual Google right now. Jefferson Jimplecute. Like, this game is literally just, like, putting stupid-ass things in the game for no reason. (1963) Marcia Barban. Okay. Not brute forcing it, but if this was in the 20s, then there was an author. So, is Marcia a name here? Yes, Barban. That's my dad's name, Jimplecute. Barban, Marcia. There's something about combining these things that... This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names. They keep putting Marcia in, like, quotes. It's credited to Marcia Barban. I'm not doing exclamation point fatherless. Bess Williams. If this gets nothing, then we're going to Crocodile. Mark Clementine. It would be in Portland, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, yeah, so we know the Webbs. I forgot about that. So we know that the spouse's name is Colleen Webb. It's yellow. And is this the story? She raised them both by herself. And although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to their husband. Who the fuck is Enchanting? He was charged of assault with a fellow pilot in 1975. I'm assuming that we've looked up Colleen Webb. Did we look up Colleen Webb in Portland? Maybe there was a Webb in general that went to this school. Nope. What was actually real? The newspaper in Jefferson, Texas was real. How would I be able to find... Wait, maybe her name was Colleen Clementine. Like, her official name was Clementine for a little bit. So it could be in Portland. Nope. That's more important anyway. W timeout. Okay, now we're going back to the different one. The one that we actually know, Ruby Spratt. W timeout. Ruby Sprat. I've read this already. What does this have to do with anything, though? How I'm not clicking that. Now while I'm on the other platforms, I'm not clicking it. How? Chat, what is proselytize? I do not call Hal daddy. Thanks, True. What? Dirty Davy was one of the musicians? But that doesn't do anything for me. The mayor of Portland. The article calls out that all of the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. So, Dirty Davy knew Ruby. I think we figured out the Thailand thing. I actually don't even know. Felix went into foster care in Portland. That makes sense. Stop lurking. He's way too far back. I mean, Ruby Spratt made a fountain. Dedication ceremony at the fountain. Dirty Davy was one of the musicians. It was Bess, not Beth. The issue with that, Draven, is I think almost every hint goes towards this hint is about Brazil, which means that it's about Sonya, I think. Like, because this isn't yellow, we're kind of screwed here. They also have a section on Sam. Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was also always much kinder to Sam than Elias was. And the reason why I think that this isn't relevant is because when we got this, this was 3. And now it's 1. It could be Gwyneth because of the lisp. She didn't have a lisp for her own name. It's not just that. I can also get banned for playing any kind of video on the other platforms. Like, it's a lot worse. Especially once the house ends. And if there's music in it. That's also an issue with YouTube. The Antonellis with Elizabeth is already figured out. This one is not figured out because of Sonya, I think. And this one is talking about Bess. Who's Beth, but what she had a lisp. So it's Bess. So we know that one's done. Colleen Webb has got to be one. PK, you're an idiot. This one Sam Madsen. Indecisionitis. Oh, this is the JIT together shit. Final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am. I took over my family's candy company. I really should have gotten my JIT together." Chat, did I click a duck when we did the first round of this? Did I use the duck? You have no idea. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with the rubber duck. Well, that's cheating. It's been 2 hours. Yeah, but we solved 4. Mickey Mouse ducking it. No, the lisp is in the game, Hal. And I think this is also about Brazil. The Billy Sims incident. Wait, is my hair fucked up again? Oh, okay, if I did that. It's not Billy Sims. I'm not bald. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, she left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister. Okay, but that doesn't solve anything. Wait. We've never seen this. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Torrestito Jacobson. His daughter Mary was graduating that night. So, was Mary the oldest or the youngest? You have no idea. Tostarito used to be named Lucinda. What? I was gonna go here. Oh. Lucinda Jacobson. Fuego's Fiesta. If I do Fuego's Fiesta and the periodicals here, nothing relevant. Lucinda Jacobson, then. Lucinda Jacobson. We copy. We go here. Wait, this is old. Chad, this is from the first round. Wait, this might be like a fucking, like, not important thing then. Okay, let's look up Mary Clementine. Like, we got Mary, but I don't think we have anything else besides that. It gave me the name Mary, chat. That's all that it's supposed to give me. Like, it's not going to give me more than that. No, they're not related to Cuck the Duck. Okay, wait. When we look up Mark Clementine... Billy Sims. Wait. Where was the thing on him on the two kids? There's got to be something else about Lucinda. There's no way the only thing about her is that from the first game. Maybe she's in Piketty. Like, are we serious? Fuego's Fiesta. I mean, I can't even figure out how to know if Mary is the youngest or the oldest. Wait, Mary Webb. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary. I don't know. Val does not wish to answer any questions from her photojournalism days. Val Webb. Why are you guys saying ew? What is LBP? The Lebanese pound. What are you sending to me? One recommendation seems pretty useful to you when you're sitting in front of a doing genealogy resource. It's recommended you try to sit with good posture. Additionally, standing up and stretching once in a while could be useful as long as you don't strain yourself. Fuck off. They're not peeing. Okay, Nick Luxury, Michael Luxury is something to go back to. Maybe. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father from Val. Copyright 1998, 1999. I think these are both... Who the fuck are you? That's gotta be here. So I'm assuming that she's... We still have to find Val Webb. That's not me. What do you mean there are two Cam Lincolns? Okay, what did we just read? The business in Beacon, New York. Chat, namesake. What is a namesake? Does that mean... What does namesake mean? Oh. Cam is reaching for the camera. Cam. We don't know if this is here, but let's do Cam Lincoln, baby. Award-winning photographer. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Copyright 1998, 1999. Is there anything else here? How did you think this would be related to your search exactly? Regardless, there's nothing to do with the root trees here. What is fog? There's no way this is relevant. Fog is a video game where the protagonist wakes up in a valley called Fog. The player must solve a series of puzzles which will lead to finding microfiches. Plugging the microfiches into a viewer in the central movie theater and Fog allows you to teleport to different eras of the game. Each of the eras is a different valley from a different time period. For some reason, all of the puzzles have them as well. None of their books seem related to your search. She is Ginger. Nicholas Luxury. Yeah. How do we go back to... corporate composition photography? What is telephoto? Really? Another one? Slay Queen. Cam Lincoln. Then we'll do Lincoln Baby Photography. Where there's so many that it goes down to the fucking bottom. What was this girl's name? Mary. Mary Webb, Mary Clementine. Val Webb. Val Clementine. Paranormal travel agency. How is that not anything? I still stand by it that there should just be a search all button on this at this point. Ghost ship in the 1800s. The professional photographer she knows. Not doing that. I'm not wearing the same shirt. Did I do Mary Webb on everything? Yeah. Mary Webb. I don't know if she's the youngest or the oldest, but and she's like a ghost fucking person. Travel agent. Okay. They don't mention anything about her being married, but they do mention this one having a kid. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Did you know there was a plane crash in this game? Yeah, that's how the game started. The business in Beacon, New York. Valerie Webb. Yeah, are you guys having fun? Not sleep. I'm not yelling. See, the crazy thing, though, Draven, is that there's no thing here. Like, there's no magnifying glass. There's still no magnifying glass. But, like, wouldn't there be a magnifying glass on these things if... Yes, 10. But I know we already have 1. This one is 95%. Just use the duck. No. Have you tried using AI? How did we get to LBP? It was here. Go back to Mid-Eastern University? These people aren't from Mid-Eastern, though. Wait, IRC Photography Channel. Asks about Iraq. Wait, Val was on the cover of Telephoto. How is nothing coming up when I do Telephoto? Val Webb. Val Lincoln. There we go. The cover, which featured one of his photos as well as parts of the article. Wait, he? Val's a guy. Or we can't really assume, right, chat? That's a man? Clementine. Wait, Val is taking pictures. Val Lincoln is taking pictures of the Clementine. Shoot for Playboy. Lisa. She lost an arm. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay, so we have Lisa Clementine, who I'm assuming is older. She looks older than Mary. Wait. So they would technically be Clementines. That's right. Army's not a thing, though. So, I mean, she was a driver in the thing. Val Lincoln, right? Also known as the Gulf War. Like, okay. Look up Lisa Clementine. How does nothing come up with that? That I was not in the Gulf War. Wait, it might be Lisa Webb. Wait, but she went by Clementine. Okay, but if we look at this, should be right, should be right, should be right. We definitely know that it's in this order because they had the kid. So 3 right, 4 right. We just need 1 more, bro. I didn't mess up because we need 5 to get it right. Which means that we still have to get into this side of the fucking tree. We don't know if she's a driver, you're right. Lisa Webb. Aren't they all dead? No. Everyone down here is alive. Did I not do Val Webb? No, Val is the husband's name. It would never be Val Webb. Wait, her name is now probably Lisa Lincoln. She teaches classes that contribute to their... So she's a professor. Oh, no. Chat. Her dad was an animal smuggler, but her mom told her that her dad worked for the army so that they never found out that he went to jail. And staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military due to believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. So she lost her arm because her mom lied to her about what her dad did. I mean, we know what West Point is, right? But is that gonna, like... Why does she just, like, she just, like, copy and paste everything? Like... Wait, so let's do Lisa Lincoln on all these. Just to make sure. Okay. So there's 2 here. So I think this is all. I think this is all done. Like, now we just have to do this side. Wait. Please. Please tell me there's a picture of Ruby Sprat. What is it? Ruby Legal Enterprises? Yeah, you would think if she was becoming a public face to build her reputation, there would be a fucking picture of her. I'm like seeing if I'm missing a picture. Who's the photographer? I'm mad confused. Photographer is her husband. He was photographing her in Iraq. They spawned this little Satan baby, and then we should be good there. There's something we're missing with this, with Ruby Sprat. And I think it might have something to do with telephoto. Roottreemania. Nope. She's so annoying. Ruby legal. Is that different than... No. Yeah, I think we need a hint. I don't want a hint, but like for stream purposes, I think I do a hint. If I was doing it without you guys, I would probably not do a hint. Did you look up Root Tree Ripped? Yes. That was one of like the first things you ever look up. What, Katie? Wait, Marsha Barban, maybe. I'm not wearing the same shirt. Here we go, chat. The Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday, but that was short-lived. You want information on events from before the merger. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts. It led us to, well, it led us to the Jubilee thing or whatever, but what was it, Miami Sunday before? So that didn't do anything. What did the duck say? The Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday, but that was short-lived. You want information on events from before the merger. Unc, I just used ChatGPT and you are not going to be able to find that photo. It merged with another periodical. Wait. What is the Mercury? The Mercury. Miami Sunday has no records that you can find online. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after a year. Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year from 1949 to 1950. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one large failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names and the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. So the first one was the Miami Sunday. The other one, Mercury Sunday? Like, combining the names and the way they did. The Miami Sunday, Miami Mercury Sunday. GG, Maddie. Okay. So now we go here and we look up everything that we would know on Bess Williams. Mentions that Bess's youngest son, now an orphan, was in attendance. It also had a later mention. Wait, so Ruby Spratt might not even be where she is. Wildcat Construction, maybe in Miami Mercury. Frank Wildcat Williams. Construction worker. So we have a Frank Williams who goes right here. And he works in construction. We don't have a picture of him yet, but his wife's name is Ophelia, and we don't know her maiden name. He won the Navy Cross. Nope. Constructing a better world. Nope. Would there be Business Watch things about that? Or anything else? That's what we know. Maybe a telephoto? What about Frank Williams? What was his nickname? Wildcat? Frank Wildcat Williams? Wait, maybe it's just Wildcat. Maybe we just do... Maybe we look up this. He died in 1996 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name, meaning that she's also Ophelia Williams. He is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay. That's the statue in the back. So we only have a picture of him. Okay. But this should be the 5. Fuck. Okay. Let's try Nia here. No. Let's go back to Sonia. Nia or... Wait, was he... After the war, he ran a construction company in a retirement community. Wait, is retired a thing? No. I don't even think that's possible. Military? What do you mean, please? I don't even know if it's possible. Wait, he says he died a Joker. Okay, so Ophelia Williams. What were the 2 kids' names? Barb and Sharon Williams. So... Barb. Okay. Motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. God. I don't even care. We don't know which one's which, though. So, we're going to brute force this a little bit. Barb seems like the older one. right? Like, you seem like an older person if your name is Barb Williams. Motivational speaker. Public speaker. Sharon Williams. Barb is not Val's wife. Yeah, what are you guys even saying? Okay, well. Gee, thanks. Thanks for the help there. There's 5 hints on this picture, by the way. Vic Elmsworth. Wait, there's no way there's another periodical. Spell Sharon right? I did. There's no 2 R's in Sharon. According to Victor Elmsworth, the biker who died was her son-in-law. Drew Smith. Who the fuck is this guy? Drew Smith is probably her son-in-law. Thanks, Noah. Wait, chat, how would son-in-law... How would that be a son-in-law if Barb was here or here? We did this the other night, right? We did this yesterday. Son-in-law would be... LAA, formerly LAM. Lanes across America. Isabel Crosby. Yeah, what's the thing for Illinois? IL? What? It's Illinois is IL, right? Or is it IS? It's IL. So Effingham County is the name of two different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. You'll probably need to append a state name. Wait, does append mean to do this? There's no way it's at Mid-Eastern University. We don't even know if it's this one or IL. Did it not say... You'll probably need to append a state name. Okay. What? Okay, so it's Georgia. What were we even looking at? WQTV12 Springfield? Springfield, Georgia? Greta Flores. $25. Ayla Hale, 25 Stories of Sisterhood. Ayla Hale. Beauty Brat. One of the stories by Barb Williams. My sister Sherry was a brat. My daughter Sharon. Wait. My sister Sherry was a brat. My daughter Sharon. Could Barbara be here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which means that we have 2 wrong right now. There is no difference between my sister and my... There was no difference between... Because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Kind of inbred. Barbara was like freaky, I guess. It's not my family lore. Thought it was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. She ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. Sherry's hair. Orlando. Sherry Yaz. Mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Her kids Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Wait, we saw a York. There was a York in here, wasn't there? Oh. Wait, so their cousins are dating. Cricket York is near the end. Library. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm lost. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing like, who the fuck is this girl? The theme of this episode tackled why some people need glasses. Yeah, but where does she go? Okay. So... Chat, how can where on this family tree could someone be a sister and also have a daughter? Yes, someone had a sister and a daughter at the same time. Great. We're very happy that you're back, Tommy. I was terrified of the little girl in the educated logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial. It's kind of mean. You could have read the Bible with how much you read in this game. Yeah, is she the youngest? It's the only one that we know for sure what her name is. Cricket York student. Was hoping that this went off. Was hoping that that set off something. Wait, she's an actor. Who the fuck is that? Cricket and her brothers. So does that mean that Barbara's like up here? Barb Williams. Yeah, Katie, that's basically you in like an anonymous person's body. How would her last name be York? Wait. They said to change her name, right? So her last name would be this. Oh my god, Lugger, you're a fucking genius, bro. Okay, so everything on this side is done. So now this is definitely the like. Wait. Did I not? Oh, I have to change their name. Unknown. I mean, they're both there. Unknown. I mean, this one. Wait. I don't know if this is Barb or not. What happened, Rocco's? What are their names? Yeah, we don't know who it is. Do you know who it is? Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Okay, but chat. I don't think Tony... Was it Mark with a K or a C? Mark with a C. I don't think these guys would be this version. Because the way that this timeline works out, Ophelia's not right, or else it would have been yellow, which is fine. It could be Barb, or it could be Sherry then. This probably is Sherry. Because Sherry is the one writing. Sharon. There's still a notable event here. True. So Barb Williams had a sister and a daughter. Still don't know how this makes sense. Oh, yeah, Frank can't be right either. But he could have not been construction. Like, he could have been something else. Maybe Frank was up here. Wait, Frank? I think Frank is up here. Because he said he never knew his mom and dad. But that doesn't mean that he was... And it makes more sense than... Sister and a daughter. Kind of makes it make sense that this would be... Sharon Williams then. That would make this Barb Williams. And then this would be Sharon. Who then had Sherry. Two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat. My daughter Sharon. Okay, so I don't think this is who we think it is. I think this is Sharon in general. She obviously didn't work construction. She was a hairdresser, I think. Allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. Could we find a picture of Sherry's hair? The owner of this business is listed as Sherry blah blah blah. Tony is the oldest. Chat, what's another word for Tony? Anthony? Right? And then Mark. Um, they're both actors as well. His Little League team is nationally recognized. So would his name be Mark that? Because we already looked that up, didn't we? It would be in Miami, if anything. I think. But we don't know if this is his name. This is the DLC version where you unlocked even more, Rocco's. So basically, when we beat it, we did all this. And then they were like, oh, there's more family tree, now solve all this part. Wouldn't his last name be the husband's last name? Yes, but Sharon was originally Sharon Williams. She married someone named Yaz, whatever. We don't know where that came in, though. So we have to find that still. Yeah, if Blueprints came out with more, I would probably do that too. Wait, so his name might be Mark York. Damn. Because they were recommended to change their name to York. Where does Ashley York fall into this? Yeah. Barb Williams Fire. Greta Jones was still someone. What did we have to do for this search? One of the stories by Barb Williams. Wait, so if we... Greta Flores is a news anchor. Oh, Greta Jones? Oh, Greta Flores. Is Flores a name on here? Bellows is. Whoever did this got married twice. Isabel Crosby. This just seems like when they take you down bullshit for no reason. Monthly newspaper of small town America. A man named Chris Ellsworth. Chris Elmsworth. Remember when we don't have place? Oh. He goes there. Anything on library? If anything, it would be on Team Blast. Nope. One of three brothers. Wait. Where is that guy? Wait, this guy... Oh my god, bro. Never even took a picture of him. Drew Smith. How lanes across America? Could their last name be Mark Smith? Mark Smith? Where were we? She used multiple and finished by looping around to her initial story and how she personally became to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. So... this would be Drew Smith. Wait, Drew Smith isn't... Drew isn't a name. Maybe Andrew? Drew Smith. They kind of look alike, right? Like, and these guys. Let me just make sure I got all the pictures, like, done. To photo items. Okay. You're mad confused? So the reason why he didn't come up is because he would be a side piece, which is fine. He died, which makes sense. She got remarried to a Jsleek21, and it wasn't technically a split. How do you spell that name, bro? Trzemski. Trzemski. Sharon had kids with her son-in-law. No, Barbara's son-in-law. So Barbara had this daughter who was Sharon. Sharon married Andrew. We don't know how to find what he looks like, though. Maybe we look up Sherry's hair in here, or telephoto. Or maybe Business Watch. Mentions that her husband, Pete. Oh. Pete, Ystremasky or whatever. How do you spell that again? Ystrems. Damn. Is that how you spell it? Yas. Can I copy and paste that fucking name, bro? Yastrzemski. Ystrz. Did I spell it right? They left the charity. They built a charity together. Oh, you're telling me to copy and paste this. And what was his name? Pete? It's not the same shirt. It wasn't a fat sneeze. I don't sneeze fatly. Mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. So maybe Andrew Smith went to this fucking school. Andrew Smith. Wait, we never looked up Andrew Smith. We just looked up... Okay. Drew Smith. I just looked up Mideastern. He wasn't there. Website called Lanes Across America. Drew Smith. You're fine. So this is Pete. Peter. Wait, Peter. Please, bro. No, because we're so close, bro. Like, these probably aren't right. Like the things, but I mean, I think that's right now. We don't know who the wife is. Wait, that would be Ophelia. Ophelia Williams. Hers was never brought up, which is fine. We literally just need a picture, and we need their professions, and we're done. We're like one away. We just gotta find out how to find her through Sherry's hair. Library Larry. Sherry is a stylist for the show, so maybe it's more under there. Change whose last names? Oh, they would be Smiths then, right? I think I've looked them both up, but let's just do it anyway. Mark Smith. Mark Smith is on a nationally recognized youth sport baseball team. Kind of fucking crazy to say, so... Who am I talking to? TikTok. He is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon, which makes sense. Thank you, hey. Sherry's hair. I've had to have done this, right? Yes. I think you've done that 3 times now. I mean... When they're talking about changing... They changed her last name to York. So it is specifying that... Sleek scammed you? Draven, just message Maddie what you want it to be. Maybe Tony Smith? Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Tony Smith. Anthony Smith. Mark Smith. Lanes of America. Wait, what was that thing called? LAA? Lanes across America. Formerly LAM. All right, Chad, you guys decide duck or no duck. Does that mean yes or no, Draven? Yes, duck. I mean, I was literally just doing that. I know, I did that. Watch. I mean, I could do it in the periodicals. Yeah, if it's lanes across America, like what? Because the other one is lanes across America. Why would it be Lamb before? Wait, lanes across Miami. For real, Rockos. Okay, so that's Sharon. Who the fuck are these two? It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Seems that after Sharon left Lamb, okay, wait. Wait, there's two. They just added two. Chat, it was 30 this whole time.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done. But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Bro.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling.
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential root trees.
I knew
since her
Ruby
DNA
Spratt
is
was part of
closest
it.
to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out. and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd.
Yeah, the
Ruby
candy
was the one
company.
who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a root tree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are root trees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh my god, Guy had someone else, bro. Guy had another person. Wait. Possible root tree. Wait, so how would we know... Wait, so you have to do this for every single person? You have 13 possible root trees left to identify. GG, chat. GG. Wait, but this would go into Anonymom. Wait, there was a lady that I found, and it was like... Yeah, this is Anonymom. She was accused of being Anonymom, but it was impossible or something like that. It was her. Corinne Schwartz. Her only child is still in middle school. So... What's an Animom? Basically, it's people that were coming out, like, trying to get put on this tree, even though they're not on this tree. Chat, I think I'm just gonna end it there. I'm not telling them that. They don't know you. Okay, chat, do I end it there, or do I just press duck to see, like, what to even go to right now? Because I would have no idea. The only thing I have a magnifying glass on... No, but I'm gonna end it, but, like, that would be it. Like, this would be done, you know? Save this for another one? I kind of want it to be done. Like, I'm probably just gonna do this off stream, because this is a lot of just, like... What you would have to do if you want to do this is you'd have to go back to everything you know about Frank and, like, double check. Which I guess you can do here. Oh. Wait. Oh, that's not saying it's right. I thought it was, like, giving me the answer that it was right. You're marking it off that he is one. I don't entirely know. Wait, no, none of the other options are even down there. Like, I don't know if Mark would be. What could Lucinda Jacobson have to do with him? Like, it maybe there is a chance that it really was a basket baby. Or there was a chance that she actually had a baby with that guy. Why would Lucinda Jacobson pay his thing, though? That's another weird part of this. I don't know if it's EN or... Oh, it's ON. And that would be up here. Here. Helen, Roottreemania, and Lucinda. They were always around this church. It could be Lucinda's kid. So that one could be... I don't think that would be a root tree then. Yeah, I think I've been leaning into the puzzle things lately, Rocco's. Not gonna lie. It's been the only thing that I've wanted to stream. Do we know for a fact you haven't found this clue yet? Wait, so there are 2 clues in the song lyrics. The only streets you repping are Park Place and Boardwalk. I mean, that's it. That's Monopoly. But, like, they were capitalized, so I had to try. You say money is the root of all your problems. Class actions. Wait, is Park Place actually something in Portland? No. How about instead I turn my other cheeks and spread them? Why is and capitalized? Hi, CJ. Welcome to the stream. Okay, you guys want to hear the song?
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it. When all of your work
Yeah, is the song made with AI?
you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. But instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say
That doesn't even rhyme.
is the root of all your
Who's this hoe?
Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. I wanted my share.
That's actually extortion with your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on this
Synonymous with sweets.
a Park Place and Boardville hypocrisy. Monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
Top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those
I keep reading Silver Spoon Draven.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away. You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
What is a treacle?
Calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
Okay, but how have I not found a clue yet? I found 12 of 15. And something in here. One star out of 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chat. I said, I'm sorry. These are both for sure. Like, right? Like, wait. We don't entirely know if these were the twins. Chat, one duck. One duck, because I'm probably just going to not do this on stream. If anything, I'll wake up tomorrow and be like, I need to solve it, but the spider search results for Anamam mentioned a periodical article. I'm going to. The day after the News Time article. So let's look up Anamam on News Time. Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Okay. She realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottreemania company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar. She knew Felix was telling the truth right away. Who's Felix? Oh, the 5P's. Okay. So we need to find someone who didn't work at the company when or wasn't working when Joanna was there. Okay. Is Joanna working here? Joanna Robertson. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed, but a Joanna Fellows is. Joanna Fellows got fired in 1977. So now in 1978, Beatrice Watts could have been the person. It also could have been Corinne Schwartz, but Corinne Schwartz was the one that it was impossible for her to be anonymous. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Brent Schwartz and Beatrice. Angela Ingram was hired. Catherine Garrett was hired. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed. What did we just get? What were we looking at? Is this an order? Oh god, that's all the old stuff. Oh, it was this. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. So, Zach Morton's here. Zach Morton's gone. It's got to be Beatrice Watts. Because Corinne Schwartz comes up and it's like they've already independently verified that's not her. The blurred news time article about Anonymom seems like a dead end, but I bet if you poke around some more, you can dig up new information. All right, Chad, I think I'm done. If we do more Corinne Schwartz. Football is butt cheeks. I mean, at this point, you just literally have to search every article or every secretary, which is just annoying to do. Yeah, I'm not searching everyone. All right, chat, I'm done. It was fun to look at this. I'm probably gonna solve this like later. Watching comp Fortnite doesn't count as a comp sport. Who does that? All right, YouTube, I hope you guys have a good night. I will see you guys later. TikTok,